Hello everybody, sorry for the slightly late start tonight. Send out the signals that we are live. Let's see. Why is the sideboard all the way over there? Ah, what is happening? Alright, there we go. Everything got changed just a little bit thanks to the daybreak transition, so I'm gonna have to make sure I double check my stops on my opponent's turn when we get into it. Give everyone a few minutes to show up as always, and then we'll get started. Like I said, like I mentioned on Twitter last week, really hoping to do 2 leagues a week now. It feels popular, or it feels possible tonight because I'm feeling a lot better than I was last week. So hopefully we'll be able to get there. So I won't waste too much time, since every second we lose is makes it less likely we actually have the time for 2 leagues. It sure is. That is how math works. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I think 2 leagues is going to be the expectation, unless something crazy. Unless, you know, like obviously sometimes, like the matches last week, even if I was feeling up for a second league, I was not going to be able to do it just based on the time that the first league took. But hopefully that's an outlier. Yeah, I think since I got a slightly late start, I'm not gonna dally too long. I think we're just gonna get into it. Yeah, here we go. Oh God, please. At least some of those. Oh, I already knew about that. At least some of the mirrors can go fast if like you play against someone who's not very good at them, which is honestly most people. So. All right, here we go. All right, I want to stop some of my opponent's upkeep. Basically want it everywhere. I'm a stop lover. We would love to play first and reveal Yorion as our companion, and this hand is unkeepable. That was easy. This hand's good. I mean, all 3 drops could be better, but... Let's extend that a little bit. We will keep this. Our opponent does not mulligan. I'm just going to put a plains in the bottom. All lands and 5 color zenith. Yeah, that's oh, Lotus Petal. So what I'm hearing is that the hands that I kept never mattered. Jesus, what is happening? They are trying to pay costs. Is it a Rite of Flame? Is it a gamble? Is it a Burning Wish? It's a Burning Wish. Are they just cracking these for red and emptying us? Could be cracking for... No, Peer into Depths is 7 mana, so it can't be that. They're not floating mana. Okay. Okay, there's echoing. It's a Veil of Summer, Brainstorm, Relay. Okay, so it's just test then. Okay. Yep, that resolves. This hand ain't great. We can just F6 at this point. Alright, give me 1 second. Here, we just had to plug my light back in. Yeah, okay, we are very dead. Alright, good start. Oh my god, why is everything looks so wrong? There we go. That's what I need to change. Something like that feels about right. This to be something like that. Alright, so Leyline, Cage, Surgical, Mindbreak Trap, possibly Rest in Peace. We can get rid of the swords. We can get rid of the solitudes. We don't need the Jite. And then we do want Peacekeeper in case they empty us. Yep. Peacekeeper in case they empty us. What do I usually cut here? We don't need 2 sashes, so we can get rid of one of them, because the first one... I might just cut the second sash, honestly. It's probably second sash or a Mother of Runes. That's a... Just kidding, it's Timeless Dragon, because we'll never have time to cycle it. I think we'll go for that. Yep. I think it's good to have Peacekeeper in the deck to recruit for in those instances where it's good, even though often it isn't. It's one of those hands that's really good if we get to our second turn, but that almost never happens. So I think we just have to mulligan for turn 0 hate. It would feel better if we were mulliganing to Deafening Silence that I still don't have in the deck, but I just don't think we can ever count on getting to turn 2. Well, this is just worse. They kept... Oh, God. Alright. Yeah, I think we just have to keep going to something. Okay, we have Leyline, so at least they can't echo us, and Stoneforge is a good way for us to actually close out the game. So I think we'll... In this instance, we'll put back Plains Recruiter, I think. Crocus Port, the nice thing there is they can't massacre us if that's a card they have in their board. I'm not sure if they do anyway, but... You can hear me in real life and on stream. Oh yeah, I guess you're not usually downstairs during stream, are you? Oh, alright, well, that's cool. Never didn't have it. As you just heard, I'm cracking open a cherry vanilla Coke Zero. After that, I'll just be on water. I'll get on a Discord call too. Just every conceivable way I can talk to her. We'll just do it all at once. What are they casting? It's casting a bauble, huh? Alright, so we can port or we can cast Stoneforge. The concern with port is it gives them more turns. The concern with Stoneforge is that it locks our mana for the next 2 turns. So if we need to port, we kind of can't. But I think we should just try to kill them faster. I think Leylines is a deck that I like laughing up enough that cost is just what is the entry plus whatever the rental is. I'll put it at that. I would like to point out here, up in this, I gotta scroll all the way up here. My opponent just cast me. Sure do love Magic the Gathering Online, as now published by Daybreak Games. Unfortunately, I can't mouse over myself, so I don't know what my CMC is. Hey, we got the Batterskull too. So annoyingly, they will be at 1 next turn. But such is life. What is this? Abrupt Decay on Thalia. Sure. Alright. Another Caracas, you say? That's not really what I want. So I think here I just have to... I think we have to attack both and port probably the volcanic islands. The land we port might not matter that much, but I think we just gotta hope that this ley line keeps us alive for this last turn. Yeah, I know you can say this about like literally every card, and this is the problem, but like I miss when Sarah Sanctum was a $20 card like it belonged. Like that's what it should have always been. Let's see. With Storm is at what? Dark Ritual, Rite of Flame, Wish Claw. They only have one card left. Are they playing? Can they play to anything other than empty here? Really? I guess we'll see. Oh, they can hard cast an Echo here, I guess. No, they can't because they forgot to float the mana before Wish Clawing. So actually, they're just dead. Cool. Alright, nothing changes. Why doesn't this hand have a white source? I'm upset. We might keep it anyway. Because we have 2 turns to draw a white source. Mindbreak Trap is still really good. Even if we don't draw a white source, we can still port them. I'm pretty sure this is still a keep. It would just be nicer to not have to think about it at all. Good start, good start. This better just be an LED Echo hand. Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to Wish Claw for Echo here, and now we'll hit the Echo, and now they won't have an LED in play in addition to that. So. Oh, are they going for? They're going for Ad Nauseam instead. It's basically the same difference, really. So, doesn't matter. Yep, they don't even bother playing it out. Got them. Easy. Good old one land vial hands, huh? This is one of the better one land vial hands I've seen, other than like this Batterskull being here. But our opponent has mulligans, so we're just gonna mulligan to, you know, be disciplined about it. Definitely gonna keep this. They're mulling to 5. So that's interesting. I'm gonna put the. That mulling to 5 makes me think that they're doing something unfair. And that makes me want to keep the Caracas over the Thalia in case it's like Reanimator. Or sorry, Caracas over the Plains, I mean. I guess the other option is putting the port back, but port is really good. Yeah, we're going to gamble a little bit here and keep the Caracas. Yeah, I basically never keep one land vial hands. Like, you used to get away with it often enough that it was worth thinking about, but, like, Prismatic Ending is a bummer. Okay, it is not an unfair deck, or not Reanimator specifically at least. So we'll see what happens. Right, Vile resolving is good. Huh? Is it just Bant? I guess like this could be any number of Uro control decks, so we'll see. Hey, and we even draw the planes here. Cool. I'll just port. If I play Thalia, it's reasonably likely it just gets swords here. So, ooh, it's gonna be an Ice Fang. Yeah, sure. Alright, I would rather they cast a cantrip than a prismatic ending, so we'll keep the white source tapped. And here's the ending. Yep. But now we get to play Thalia with Caracas, so that's cool. If they think they're real, I was gonna say, if they think they're real cool playing an Uro here, then well, there's a decent chance that this Sash is just gonna take it away. Able to draw land here? No. Second Sash ain't bad actually though. We'll start with the attack here. There's no hurry to exile this Uro because they only have one green and one blue source, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to cycle the Timeless Dragon. Yeah. I'll keep Crocus up because as long as they don't have the mana to cast this Uro, it's gonna, yeah, I expect they're gonna be doing some cantripping and things like that. They do not shuffle with Ponder. Stoneforge Mystic, okay. Interesting. I assume they're going to get a Cauldra here. The revealed zone is so tiny. I gotta make it bigger. Yep, there's a Cauldra. That is an easy kill it in the end step. Goodbye. They missed a land drop that turn also, notably, so that's pretty big. Ooh, that's also big. Let's see. Again, since they missed their land drop, we don't really need to play Sash here. I think I'm going to play Spirit, and then... yeah, I think I'm just going to play Spirit. Hold up Crocus again. I'd love to draw Wastelands, but... not in the cards for us quite yet. Ooh, my own stone forge, huh? What is this? Oh, dress down. Curious. I could bounce the Thalia and then cast it after the dress down, but I think I'm actually okay with them just doing this trade. Yeah. Like, the Spirit's going to be able to attack anyway. I'm no longer incentivized to keep Caracas up, so I can just, like, cast this Stone Forge and then port them off of probably blue. Oh, right. The dress down. Of course. Let's go back in time and cast the Sash instead. Swords on the Spirit, sure. Yeah, I don't think there's a green spell I really care about here, so we're just gonna port them off blue. Let's see, do they finally have another land? They do. It's probably like has to get a tropical island here. That's another island, okay. What is this? Is it another Uro? Yeah, sure. There's tropical island. Okay, so they can cast Uro now. Casting another cantrip? Yeah, okay. That explains why. Okay, must have been kind of locked down by the Spirit. That's why they killed it. Notably here, while it was still a mistake to cast this Stone Forge, ooh, that's nice. It does give us the opportunity to cheat in the Sash and eat both of these Uros, so we don't even have to worry about Force of Will. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get rid of these right away. Get out of here. Goodbye. If they kept the Cauldron in their hand after the Brainstorm, which seems kind of unlikely, then we at least have Solitude to, like, deal with that, hopefully next turn if we draw a land, and if not, you know, we got some time. Prismatic Ending on the Lion Sash feels good when we have the other Lion Sash in hand. Port. Okay. How many removal spells is that for them? It's 1, 2, 3. 2 endings, 1 swords. Yeah, okay. Let's cast this Stone Forge, see what happens. If it resolves, we're going to get Cauldron. It does not resolve. Force, pitching, Spell Pierce. That's an interesting one. Okay. I think with that, I'm actually just going to port their tropical islands, because that'll keep them off of casting the Cauldron. Yeah. And I could attack here, but that kind of plays into Endurance. that I have to be a little wary of here, so I'm just gonna chill. That 1 damage isn't very likely to matter. Oh yeah, Enchant Wordle was not great for me, if I remember right. Yes. Took me a second. Just throwing a prismatic ending on that, huh? Well, now I know they have nothing. Mystic Sanctuary. Sanctuary for Brainstorm, Ponder. Yeah, okay. Alright. What do we have here? Wisp. Wisp doesn't do much. I think this is a pretty good... I think we're either casting Sash and putting Yorion into our hand, or we're just getting rid of Timeless Dragon. I think I like Dragon here, because I don't want to expose this Ash to removal when there's nothing in there for us to get at this point, so... and notably, we know the Cauldron's not in their hand anymore, because their hand is empty. So, that's nice. Don't much play around that. They do not shuffle. This Narset, sure. What do they get? A Ponder. Boring. They don't shuffle again, which indicates to me... Oh, Stoneforge. Okay. So Stoneforge getting Cauldra again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They do have the mana for it now. But Skyclave. Let's see. So thankfully we can kill this Narset for free, and then the question is, what do we do about the Cauldra? I'm inclined to just... I think I want to Skyclave the Stoneforge so that they have to spend all of their mana on it. I'll also port them so that they have to top deck a land, and if they put the Cauldron in, we can just wisp it, and they don't really have a great follow-up to that, like, at all. Yeah, so we'll kill Narset. We will Skyclave the Stoneforge. And ports probably the Tropical Island, yeah. I think I'm happy to just F6 here. I can't imagine using the Solitude that aggressively, so okay, so they top decked the Boseiju, and now they have to use the Boseiju, so that's nice. Yeah, that's fine. And a Plains, I don't hate that either. Yeah, so we'll just flicker the Germ. We'll tap Tropical Island again, because Uro is their best top deck, so we just want to make that worse. And yeah, we win. Cool. Alright, so Bant Stoneblade, you say. Bringing in the Council's Judgments, probably nothing else. And what do we even not want here? Batterskull's not very good. I liked both sashes. I probably need... It's weird. We only saw Cauldra. I assume they have a Jite and maybe a Batterskull. I can probably cut a Thalia. Thalia's like always kind of iffy on the draw against Uro decks. But I really doubt Batterskull's going to do much of anything. Yeah, let's go with this. And I guess them being a Stoneforge deck kind of explains why they mulligans so much, because these band control decks very rarely, like control decks just like don't really mulligan very much, so it's much more likely that that would happen if they like had a Cauldron in their opening hands. Jarvis, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody. We are in the second match playing Death and Taxes tonight. We are currently against Bant Stoneblade. And we won our first match against Tess as well. We are up a game in this match. And our opponent has mulligan to 6, so we're looking up. Yeah, if I'm not playing Death and Taxes, I've either made it very clear or you should call for help. Pretty much always will be playing it. Ooh, nice. Love top decks like that. Force pitching Narset. I will happily take that trade. That's true. I did say that. And there are probably a lot of decks I would say that about, but, you know. At the time, at the current point in time, you can assume Death and Taxes for a while. TES, yeah. Hi, Stoneforge. What's up? So I think this is fine. If they get Cauldra, yeah, if they get Cauldra, I'm just going to play Spirit, and then I can Judgment the Cauldra. And if they have a Force for that, then I can just Wisp it. Okay, GTA instead. That's probably wrong, but... yeah, I'm just going to play Spirit here. Let's see. Recruiter of the Guard. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to actually spend my turn putting Yorion in my hand. I'm not going to bother putting anything in play. Presumably they're going to Stoneforge in the Jite equip attack. We'll block, let them get counters, and then just Judgment the Jite before it can even do anything. I think that is our current plan. League review? What do you mean by that? If they decide to use like a removal spell here, it doesn't really change much. I think I'm actually happier if they use a removal spell and then get in. Because the spirit's going to die no matter what. I think it'll show a sign of weakness that they need this Stoneforge to live. It'll be another removal spell out of their hands. Oh yeah, sure. Until they draw Cauldron, of course. But opponent is really in the tank on this one. They probably do have to be worried about Solitude as a possibility here. Though honestly, even if I had Solitude, I don't think I'd use it here. Okay, yep, that's exactly what we were kind of hoping would happen. Oh, they're not even going for counters. Well, that's interesting. Okay. I was going to say, it'd be nice if we got a Skyclave here, because then we could just Skyclave the GT and save the Council's Judgment for a Cauldron later. That didn't happen, but that's okay. I think we'll still just Judgment the GT. And then there is... I think I'm going to Wasteland them here because they just missed that land drop. I have another Crocus, so I'm still at least going to stay ahead on mana. Yeah, I think I'm going to Wasteland them. Also cuts Uro off, so... yeah, I'm happy with that. That's a very good sign. Second Crocus is less of a good sign, but yeah, let's cast this. I guess we don't need to. We can leave the Crocus up. What are we getting with this Recruiter? Mom would be a great use of our mana, but doesn't play that well into then just having another removal spell now. I think I'm just going to get a Stoneforge. Nothing they have in play is really threatening. If they do top deck Cauldron, then we can just Wisp it. And getting this Stoneforge means that we can kind of fight with their Cauldron anyway. Yeah, let's kill him. So they at least don't have swords. What is that? Or Narset to the Force. Yep, okay. Deal, deal, deal. I'd like to see that. What this actually lets me do is I can check for a dress down with Flicker Wisp here. Swords on the Recruiter, sure. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say not check as in we cast the Stoneforge this turn, but at least like force it out of their hand if they have it. They had a removal spell instead, which almost feels better. Let's get that Cauldron. Prismatic Ending? Sure. Wasteland is interesting. What do I want to do here? I think I'm just going to play the Sash and then threaten to eat their whole graveyard. And then next turn we can hardcast the Cauldron with Lotus Puddling the Crocus. They finally have another land, so they have a green source if they need it, but they're just going to draw another Prismatic Ending. My goodness. I'll eat the lands. I guess there's no reason not to just... yeah, I'll eat the land specifically because of the Loam, and then I'll eat some removal spells in case they ever, like, Endurance their graveyard back into their library. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't even have to Lotus Petal it, although I think I probably would have rather drawn a real card. Alright, do you have Force of Will? They don't have Force of Will. Alright, I think this game's over. Shuffled off the Ponder, that's a good sign. Float and a white mana, so I think they have a removal spell. But it is not entirely clear. Casting an Uro? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, we don't need more of those, but okay. I'm just going to hold this Yorion to reset Cauldron if it ever gets removed. So they can escape Uro this turn. They can only do it once. Their Flooded Strand has to search for a non-basic green source. Which we can then waste them off of if we want to. So how's everybody doing tonight? There we go. Of course, as soon as I engage the chat, they take a game action. Do 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 do. They leave swords. That makes sense for Mystic Sanctuary, which is actually making me think I'm just gonna waste this right now, so that they can't put Sanctuary in off of Uro. Wow, it was the... I mean, it wasn't the wrong choice, but didn't matter in the end. Yeah, get out of here, Uro. Okay, I really don't need that many Crocus, but okay. There's a chance that next turn... I guess since they're going to cast another Uro, it won't matter. I was going to say there's a chance that next turn we move the Cauldron over to the Wisp to present lethal that way. But it will not be lethal once they gain another 3 life. We could Yorion their Forest. That's actually a good point. Could Yorion the Forest. It also puts what is likely to be lethal into play too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the first Minsk we play against tonight, we're going to be like begging for a Caracas that never shows up. Anyway, my soda's done, so back to just water. So they shuffled off their Ponder, and now they're thinking a lot. And there's Uro. We can call this match a pretty likely W because we're in game 2 and they're in the red zone, but I would like to finish this before too much longer. Jite. Alright, that's something. I'll put on the Wisp just to play a little bit better against removal, and they are... Wow. Okay. Sure. I didn't have to use it there. Okay. Yeah, time is clearly an illusion here. Stoneforge, sure. I guess I should. I should kill this Stoneforge. Let's not go so fast that we make a mistake. There we go. Oh, there's Cauldron. you have another removal spell. Or are you just dead? They do have another removal spell. Okay. So we can just play Thalia. We will float a white, play another Crocus, keep this one, play Yorion, reset the Cauldron. What are you doing? Yeah, okay. Alright. I was like, you can't cast anything with that mana. I guess they could cast, like, no, because with the... They'd have to tap all 5 to cast a Jace, if that's what they were trying to do. Another no-lander, you say? I think we're keeping this as opposed to going to 5, but being a little scared of Wasteland. I'm better off than putting a Cauldron and using the counters to pump. Maybe? Let me think about that. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's definitely possible. Yeah. Nice win, thank you very much. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so we're gonna keep this in bottom of Caracas, and then cross our fingers that our opponent does not have a Wasteland. Legitimately couldn't remember if we were on the play or not. Did they? Yeah, they kept 7. Okay. They just had to think about it for a while. Oh, Underground Sea. Beautiful. It's not beautiful. Oh. Alright, well. Resolve, please. Please resolve. Hey Dougal, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. I am... Because this... Yeah, this Mom attack basically counts as 2 damage, so... Yeah, Spirit is good against Doomsday. It makes it so that they can't... They have to pass the turn, which is... hopefully good for us. It has cast Athasis Oracle. Interesting. A white Sorcerer would be cool, yeah. Yeah, most Doomsday decks play 2 Oracle now, so this is definitely not like a win by any means, but... Yeah, I guess we could have taken the LED. Could just take the LED attack with Spirit. They can block, but I was thinking that like with the Spirit, it feels better to just kill them because the LED only matters for. It's only super impactful in piles that have um, that are cycling or drawing in some way, right? So it like deep analysis piles, things like that. So I think with Spirit insulating us from there, it's better to take the Oracle so that we have the clock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we also have one. Yeah, I think once I feel like it tends to be certainly like depending on how much damage you get in before it resolves, it can matter. Spirit in play before a Doomsday gets cast always feels really good. Um, there's just it takes a very specific piles to really win through that clock. But yeah, they're going to 6 and they're dead. So and they concede. Cool. Cards to bring in are basically none. They all suck. I think it's basically just these. Cut the swords. And yeah, that's it. I guess there's a chance that I bring in Leyline. Since it stops deep analysis piles. Surgical isn't really good. The only two things that surgical really does are you can cheese them by wastelanding Underground Sea and surgicaling it. That leaves them with not a lot of lands that will actually like both cast a Doomsday and let them win the game. It can also shuffle a pile post Doomsday to potentially buy you extra time if it orders the cards in a way that's not good for them. Leyline is probably better than some of these other stupid cards that don't really do anything, which is most of the deck, I realize. Let's see if there's any cards that are slow enough that I think I'm happy to bring in Leyline. Maybe a Sash, Jite. I think Leyline is probably better than these 4 cards. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking that that is actually a trade worth making. This hand is extremely unkeepable. They keep 7. uh, I mean, we'll see, right? This one, this one kind of smells, but whatever. Force on Vile would feel really good if we had any follow-up that mattered, but we'll see. If this is Dark Ritual Doomsday, oh my gosh. Cycling Edge of Autumn to try to... I see that seems to me they probably have another Force of Will but no blue card. Alright, well... I don't know if we deserve to be where we're at, but we sure are there. Another land, so lucky. Nice. You're right. We could have gone to 3 and have a plains in play. Is this really happening? Don't think the mom attack here is right. Alright, what are we recruiting for? Probably a spirit again? Yeah, it'll be a spirit. We do have to be wary of Massacre right now. But they're not going to cast it yet, so... maybe we're just cycling at Edge of Autumn. It's possible at this point the mom should be attacking. I guess I don't really know what targeted removal they have. The green is interesting, though. That might be like a... It's possible it's like Abrupt Decays or things like that. So I should be... I can't imagine what else that would be other than, I guess, like... I don't know, like... Veil of Summer, I guess, but... That seems less likely. Man, if they got Uro in their deck, I feel... I guess that's what they get, you know, if that's the case. Like, they shouldn't be... I should not be losing to them, but... Uro would be one way that happens. I wow. All right, 2-0. Yeah, they can't really pass the turn, so they just dead. All right. 2-0 against Doomsday. That does not happen basically ever. That might be literally my first 2-0 against Doomsday. I definitely, obviously, won the matchup before, but I can't think of a time where I've not lost at least one of the games. Hey Q, what's up? There again, I just have to complain and then things get better. I would love to play first. This is a name I recognize. I think they play blue decks of some sort. This hand is perfectly fine. Yeah, good old Delver. Let's go. And our mom lives. Nice. Let's see. I think with Skyclave and Solitude in my hands, I like using swords sort of aggressively on this Dragon's Rage Channeler to keep them from filling their yard like super fast. Hello? There we go. Let's see. Ledger Shredder. Okay, so it is the much slower version, which is good for us. I was gonna say if I draw a land, I think I'm gonna bait them into. I mean, I guess like because the port kind of makes it clear what we're doing if we just pass with 3 mana up. So probably not going to get them with Iganjo here. But I will at least try to Skyclave. They didn't have Force before, they could have Daze here, but I know this version plays fewer Dazes. Okay, cool. Oh, they're brainstorm locked. Uh-oh. That's funny. I like want a basic planes in play, but I don't want to. I don't want to shuffle for him. So I think what I'll do is I'll still play it because the Iganjo has value in my hands, but we're gonna attack with Skyclave, and we're gonna try to wisp it to get rid of the DRC. I would assume that they're playing in islands. It would be weird to me for them to be slower and play fewer basics, but I don't know for sure. I am assuming they do. Yeah. I'll probably field now and then we'll figure it out. I just didn't want to shuffle their deck for them when they were locked. What are they doing here? Yeah, it's kind of a free attack because they're clearly representing Bolt, so we're just going to take the damage. EE for 1. Wild. Okay. Does that change anything? Hmm. So I don't really care about porting. I don't think I want to field here because I don't want to get them a land that lets them crack the E on this turn. So I think what I might do is port. I think what I'll do is I'll field one of the volcanic islands in their upkeep. I think we're yeah, I was just thinking about that. I don't think we need the Iganjo as a spell anymore. So I think we're good here. I think I'm going to field this. I think I'm going to keep an unwasteful white source open here. Might not matter, but so let's see what they have, if anything. They do have an island, okay. So if they crack it here, I think that's fine. I'm gonna give. I'll give Skyclave Pro Red. Just make them use that mana if they want to. Yep, okay. Force the bolt out of them. I don't hate that. We'll be able to port their fetch or whatever if they don't use it. I guess it'll suck a bit here if their follow-up is a Murktide. Looks like that's what it is. So if they have Force... That's Mystic Sanctuary, so maybe not Murktide. It's probably not EI because they've already played a land unless they're just really hoping they hit a bauble. Okay, it is Murktide. Or did they not? They did put Bolt on the top of their deck, so okay. Alright, well, that's a little scary. What do we have here? Stone Forge. Um, so let's see. With Bolt, so they're drawing Bolt. They could bolt the Wisp and attack. If we play Stoneforge, it gives them like another thing they kind of have to bolt. But if they like just bolt the Stoneforge and then attack with Murktide, I'm just chumping anyway. I think the best play might be cast a 2-drop, probably Stoneforge, and then evoke the Solitude to be safe. And then we can put Yorion in our hand from there. So let's see what happens here. Okay, just resolves. Since they're drawing a bolt, I don't want to get anything. I don't want to get Cauldra. I might get Batterskull here. I think I am going to get Batterskull, actually. It's either Batterskull or Sash, for sure. The only thing I don't like about Sash is it doesn't actually stabilize me. Like if the Solitude if the Solitude gets countered, then we don't really have a great way to stabilize here. GTA is a way to sort of stabilize that's not as mana intensive as Batterskull. Maybe that's the way to go about it. Yeah, I guess it is, because it means that an unbolted Wisp can actually rumble with the Murktide. So that might be the way to go about this. So we will Solitude, evoke the Spirit. Okay, Solitude does not get forced, so that's cool. If they forced Solitude, I think it's very likely that I'm casting Yorion next turn, yeah. So we know they have Bolt. They don't really need to bolt the Stoneforge, but they'll probably bolt something now, since they have the Shredder here. Bolting Wisp makes sense. And they bin a Murktide. I do like seeing that. Yep, we'll take the 2. So they have 1 card left. The Stoneforge attack isn't good, so yeah, exactly. Let's draw plants so that we can just cast Yorion, flicker the Stoneforge. And I think here, I still only use the 1 bolt that just got what's the word? I see arguments for literally all of these. I think I'm gonna get Skull here. I feel like that's a good compromise between, like, if they bolt it, it's fine, and if they don't, we still have a lot to do here, because we can put in Batterskull, we can potentially GTA them as well. I think... yeah, I'm going to get Batterskull. Brainstorm, sure. Are they connived away at days, so that's one fewer days to worry about, but I'm sure we'll get got by the next one. Was it really porn bots? I didn't see what happened. I saw like all of the unread message notifications, but everything had been deleted by the time I got to it. So everyone watched Dairy Girls. It's very good. Okay, pretty okay with that. Okay. Lord Magicus, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's see. And thank you for the follow as well. I think I'm just gonna. So we have 7 mana here. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna put in Batterskull and then Yorion the Stoneforge again, and then and then we'll probably get. We might get Sash at this point because now that their graveyard's pretty big. Yeah, we'll see. Is the last card Bolt? It's Pyroblast. Wow, fuck me. Alright. They got me with the main deck Pyroblast. SMH my head. And Recruiter. I don't hate seeing that. I'll start with Recruiter. And, okay, cool. They just scoop. They must have basically had nothing after that. Boarding here is easy. It's usually bring in 2 Council Judgment. If I had 2 Rest in Peace, I would bring in 2, but I only have the 1. Commando's not very good against them. Sorry, what else do I usually board out? Thalia. I think I like boarding out just Thalia. Spirit's a bit better against them because of Connive. I don't remember if Connive is a May, but like it's still a thing, like text on their cards that doesn't work. So, it is forced. Okay, cool. I think this hand is all right. This does kind of lose to the few hands with that they present that kind of beat us, but the GT helps, and Thalia with a Crocus on it is going to be pretty good. It's probably the best. It's very good, and yeah, exactly. This like as far as hands with no removal. I like to see that Recruiter too. I like seeing Brazen Borrower surveilled away, just so I don't have to think about it at all. Do they have a bolt here? Just another, okay. Heat, actually, okay. And they kept the second card on top, sure. I like seeing Solitude. Rained, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, let's play Athalia. Another heat deal. And they keep the next card on top as well. And they miss a lane drop, so that's cool. Yeah, I think I can take this turn off to play Vile. This also keeps them off of like an expressive iteration turn. Yep, deal. And they shuffle off the Ponder. And they missed a land drop again. Whoa. That is making me want to just waste port them. We also get to, I guess we can't, no, we can't cast the GT this turn and do that, but yeah, we're gonna get them. We're obviously going to be taking a bit of damage here, and we have to be cognizant of that, but we do have the Solitude to save us if things start looking really hairy. Alright, there they go. Got another land. EE on 1 again. EE on 1. I realize they don't have to pop it. It's just I'm still kind of confused. Ooh, Lion Sash. That's sick. And they boarded in Counterbalance. Sure. I guess. So I think I'm gonna. Let's see. So we could recruit a 2-drop and vial it in. I think I'm kind of into that. Because if they have a force, it gets a force out of their hands. The other option is we could violin the sash and eat things. We could wisp. I think I actually do just want to wisp the engineered explosives now that you point that out. Because they have to counter that. I guess they don't have to, but they probably should. Good evening to you as well. And this vial taking up is going to be like really big. So. And they do force it. Force pitching expressive iteration, so I'll take that. Yeah, I think I can wait here still. Of course, they had another one. Philosopher99, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Mother of Runes. So there's no way we can keep them off of Delirium. We can hit one artifact, one enchantment, and then we can't do anything else. I'm sort of interested in... I guess we could recruit another Wisp. And just run back the same play we did last turn. They had to force it last time, so they'll have to force it again. Though I guess we should vial in the recruiter so that we at least have the recruiter in play. Because if they just force the recruiter, then we don't have anything to do with the vial. They keep a card on top, so that's probably bad for this Flicker Wisp's life. It is a force, pitching another counterbalance. Now I think we sincerely have to consider just solituding it here after all of this fighting over it. Yeah, and then I think the Sash is going to be pulling quintuple duty, trying to keep this graveyard clear before they draw like a Murktide or something. Ugh, that is the fourth EI. One of them got exiled, but is all the ones in their deck. Maybe the play was just start on Solitude. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and there's Sanctuary on the iteration. Please don't be a dragon. It is not a dragon. Okay. So we have some options. I think we just have to get GT counters now. 3 Sash activations isn't going to keep a Murktide from being scary. The only other real option is putting Yorion into our hand, but we don't even know that we're going to be able to use it next turn, so I think this is just GT Smash. Yeah, I'll keep it on the Sash. Yeah. Yeah, being able to protect the Sash, I think, is better than, like, sort of diversifying the threats, because It matters that this one just isn't boltable as it is currently. It is heatable, but they've already cast 2. I'm guessing they don't have a third. It's possible, I guess. But all right, we live another turn with no garbage in play, so that's nice. Spirit of the Labyrinth, you say? All right, yeah, let's go for it. Yeah, I think Spirit in play is better than an extra Sash activation here. Yeah. I guess it's worse against End the Festivities, I guess. But that doesn't seem doesn't seem super important here. Do you mean should have just dumped our white mana into pumping the Sash earlier? Wizard Deathbeam, thank you so much for joining the stream. Meltdown for X equals 2. Well, that's a problem. So I think I'm going to take... I'll definitely take Enchantment out of their yard. And then... I'll take 1 artifact, I guess. And then we will gain 8. Yeah, that's possible. This looks like a dragon. Yeah, okay. Thankfully, we gained exactly enough life to potentially have 3 turns to get out of this. And we have a decent number of draws. This at least lets us get Yorion, which forces them to have a forcible next turn. Of which they've used 2 forces. 2 forces, no days is used, so we'd have to be cognizant of that. Oh. Well, okay. Double, okay. Sure. That is a 0-outer. We need to draw 2 answers to 2 Murktide Regents in 1 draw step. Nope. Yeah, getting aggressive there wouldn't have mattered. I don't think... yeah. Yeah, Kappa. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer how that turned out. I guess it makes sense with, like, how long they were living off of 1 Dragon's Rage channel, that, like, eventually they were just going to double dragon us. I don't... I'd have to go back and see if we could have, like, played that early game any differently, really. Yeah, they did cast 4 EIs. That kind of was the problem. I do not like Leyline at all against Delver. Not from Death and Taxes. This hand is great. There is... Graveyard Hate is good, but it is not... Sorry, I shouldn't say this is not Delver. Technically. Because it's the Ledger Shredder lists. But the thing is that Leyline is a really bad top deck in a matchup where you can't really afford to just have bad top decks. It is obviously very good against them. That's why we bring in Rest in Peace. But it's a really bad top deck you don't have a way to filter through. Yeah, I just don't like it. I think I agree with that assessment that if you can cast Leyline, it's probably fine. I know that there are some matchups where you do board it in even though you can't cast it. I think, for example, I believe Moonstompy brings in Leyline against Delver, but we are not in that position where we need to be doing that, so we don't. We have a lot of different options here, especially when we know they can't counter anything. Both our 2-drops are good. We could also just recruit for a Skyclave to answer this Shredder. We could put a Spirit into play so that they can't connive, but it's not really likely that they're going to connive, so I think I like Spirit. I think I like Recruiter just to use our mana better. Talking about the card back here, that is a giant card, Stomping Ground. Back when we had GPs, I guess this is technically a Magic Fest. If you got enough price points, you could spend them on getting a big version of a card. Some of them were Shockland, some of them were Planeswalkers. My wife actually got that at Caracas. That's a bummer. At Niagara Falls back in 2019. Are you really going to bounce my Thalia and then cast no spells? Come on. What do we start with here? I think I want to go double 2-drop. And I think I want to cast Spirit into Stoneforge. The sequencing might not matter a ton there, but yeah, let's start with Spirit. You want to cycle Dragon for the second one? I guess that makes sense. Oh, sure. Well, oh, sure, because they probably have a removal spell here. There's no reason to give them the connive there on this to just bolt the Spirit and then be able to loot. Yeah. Yes, dogs are happening back there. That's true. I did forget about Pyroclasm already. Heat on the Spirit. Yep. Okay. Rewarded there. You are having the same play as someone like Luinol makes you more of a DNT player than most DNT players. I'll say that much. Alright, let's cycle this. Hello, Cauldra. So we know they still have a Force of Will in their hands. If we Skyclave and they force, it kind of sucks because then we can't actually safely cast another spell. We could just Eternalize Dragon. I don't hate that. They're nowhere close to Delirium to heat it. We could also cast a 2-drop and put Yorion in our hands. Yeah, that is a good point. I do kind of like that. Yeah, we're going to go for that. And I do like getting Sash a lot here, since their graveyard is basically empty. That's true. I guess I didn't consider how much of our hand that they know. Okay, they do heat it anyway, but that's okay. They are drawing a lot of lands. It's annoying that they can now hard cast a force. I think I'm gonna pull the trigger on Skyclave here so that I don't keep thinking about this Ledger Shredder for the rest of my life. It might have been better to go 2-drop because then we can Eternalize. The casting of the Forcible there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we gotta actually progress in this game now. So I think next turn is going to be cast a 2-drop Eternalize. It's probably what I should do in there is just Lion Sash Dragon. If we cast Thalian to Skyclave, they connive but can't hard cast Force. That's true. That's probably a trade worth taking. Although this is still a 1/3, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, so I think here I'm going to Sash. And I guess now I'll attack. And then Eternalize. Yeah, like it has to be. I think if they had even a Murktide, they would have cast it here. I think. Okay, that sure, that also makes sense. Discarding Meltdown's kind of nice. Well, I guess we should have done that while we were still in their upkeep, but now we just gave them priority and messed up. So that's Murktide's 1 bigger than it should be. Should be a 6/6. And they heat the Sash. Okay. Yeah, that is a lot of heats. Could I get a Solitude here? That would be great. That's not a Solitude. Are we just... So I guess we can... Thalia Yorion, and then... Or no, we can't... No, we can keep Thalia in our hand. We can cast Thalia because we can bounce it to our hand to cast a Solitude if we need to, which we almost certainly will. Although, again, I gave them a connive because I'm thinking too fast. And I guess they can bounce both of them anyway, so that was also dumb. Yeah, we have to get a Solitude here. I think we just have to do this now, right? And I guess if we keep the Thalia in play, we don't just... I guess we lose the days either way, right? So... Or no, we don't. We don't lose the days if we do this, but can we win if we let the Yorion go? Probably not. So yeah, I think we just have to do this. Yeah. It is certainly it's not quite Delver, but it shares basically the same DNA. There's like not much of a difference here. But yeah, this is in fact how this deck just beats everything sometimes. We still have a chance to stabilize here. We have a lot of good top decks. I think honestly the problem now is just making sure that we actually live. Never mind. Okay, we're dead. All right, that's an annoying one to lose, but it happens. Deck has a lot of really dumb cards in it. I really wish, honestly, that Rockabomb was back sometimes. Oh, hey, it's Newton. All right. I think this hand is fine. I think we can. We're almost certainly using swords this turn, but we can let the symbiote live for a second. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. And right, this is yeah, not an elf. Sash doesn't really do anything here, so I think I'm just gonna double mom. I think this is going to be an easy recruit for a Stoneforge. Stoneforge is going to get a Jite, and then we're going to hope to just kill him. I guess one other option is... what is in his hand other than maybe... if it's natural order, it's not that scary, as it is right now. It's probably natural order Green Sun. Basically any other card would be cast here. Neither natural order or Green Sun are that scary, which makes me feel like I have time to play this Stoneforge. Yeah, we're gonna do it. There's an artisan. Okay. Does this have to activate as a sorcery? So we could... so to get an oof, they need to spend 3 total mana. So we could theoretically waste our report something in the Fiend Artisan can't really do anything. That does take us off of casting the Stoneforge. So maybe we just wasteland the Arbor. and then Stoneforge for the Jite. So we could sack the symbiote to get a 2-drop, but all of them seem fine. Yeah, I think I like that a lot. Crop rotation. Well then. Now we get the Jite. So they can Fiend Artisan for up to a brain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They need up to a 4-drop. I don't even know what they play above 2, honestly. They could just natural order us, but that's not a huge problem. Like natural order is only a problem if they play other creatures. Okay, here they go. X is 3. It is a grist. That's totally fine. Yeah, okay. Ooh, and a Solitude. That's very nice. Yeah, so if we Solitude the Artisan, you Solitude the Artisan, put in Jite, equip it to something pro-green, attack, probably attack the Grist just to keep it low. Yeah, we can just, yeah, right, we don't have to actually activate Mom here. Roundsley, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The 1 damage on Grist doesn't matter, and the Stoneforge can't die anyway, yeah, so. Oh, okay. I was like, why didn't he block? But that makes sense. I will happily get a Plains, be a little bit sad. But we can still Solitude the Sash. What do you mean a reason to draw Solitude draw step? Just curious what you mean by that. Oh, sure. Okay, I see what you mean. Got it. Right, kill the insect with the counter. They have no creatures in play. Yeah. Nope, that makes sense. They mill over a Llanowar Elves and a Symbiote. We are now in natural order being scary range, unfortunately. But this Batter Skull will at least help a bit. see what we draw here. Iganjo. I don't think that really matters. I think we're just putting Yorion in our hand and then putting Batterskull into play. I really doubt we're going to use this Iganjo as a spell. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. If this is fetching a Dryad Arbor, I feel very scared. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, very dead. Okay. Well, that was a bummer. Feeling pretty good there, but obviously, you know, natural order is the way they win most often, and sometimes they'll get you. In this matchup, Thalia is quite bad. Commando is also not good. And that just might be it. Yeah, we'll do that. There is a lot to like about this hand. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. If I'm maging over my intense probably some Cybo Plows. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we didn't see a white. Well, I guess we saw Caracas, but that doesn't really count. I've got a dog going off in the background again. You might be able to hear it. Yeah, man, I really wish Containment Priest worked against Grist, but snuffing out. All right, got snuffed out. Is it gonna be a green sun for Arbor? Yeah, bummer. In that case, I think we're gonna Stoneforge. It's definitely one of those games where with Containment Priest to stop natural order, I'm kind of inclined to just get Cauldra and kill them. It is a bit weak to if he has Masked Vandal, it would suck, but Masked Vandal's good against everything we get here anyway. But I think this is a good hand for just trying to kill him. Mm-hmm. Jeez. Alright, just green sun immediately. Didn't really expect the second one. Okay. So that puts us in a little bit of an awkward spot because I was hoping that they would have like a pretty not this explosive of a turn 2 where they show us Cradle and put 2 creatures into play. Because that makes it harder to feel like we can tap out for this Cauldra. Because if they have natural order, we do just lose. So I'm kind of inclined to just cast a vial and hold up the Cauldron mana. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here. Wow, Visionary? What is he playing? Elves? That's a natural order. Alright. Let's hope he doesn't have the Snuff Out as the last card in hand. I don't think we could let that resolve, right? Because it's 5, 6, 7. There's 3 attackers. There's actually 4 attackers. There's Visionary, Claimer, Arbor, and the words. Oh, was the Arbor? I guess it must have been, right? Yeah. So yeah, I think the three attackers though was still might have been too scary. I guess I have to go back and double check that math though. Another Iganjo. So I think what we do here is put in Kaldra, kill Grist, pedal the Iganjo, and then Port Cradle. Don't really see any other great options here. Fiend Artisan. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get left with Priest, and I sort of see your point about like maybe we just needed to take that damage and try to live through it. I do want to go back and double check that math, certainly, but alright, so this Judgment is easy. We'll just Judgment the Fiend Artisan. And then we can attack them. I feel like in a pretty good spot as long as they don't draw a natural order. I wish Council's Judgment didn't show you what you voted for, but then it would be broken. So. Oh my god. What a draw. Okay. Do we need to recruit for anything that we want to play right now? Or are we just going to port the Cradle and then recruit for a Solitude if we need it? I guess Solitude isn't going to save us from anything anyway with the... So that's not really worth considering, I think. We've already used the Containment Priest, unfortunately. Mom plus port guarantees that they're dead next turn if they don't kill us. Hoof would be... So if we salted the Hoof... If we port the Cradle... So if we port the Cradle, he has to spend this 4 mana. Natural Order for a Hoof would be 4... 4, 8, 12... Hoof would be for 12 if we Solitude the Hoof. So that might be... That might be fine then. Solitude might be better as Wisp the Cauldra. That's a fair point. That would give them 3 extra damage, but that probably... I guess that only matters if they... 12 from 15... I think that's okay because they need... oh, it doesn't have support, so yeah, then we're just super dead. So actually, yeah, that's the reason we can't do that. I'm leaning towards passing and recruiting for Solitude if we need it. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah, that's fine. They're just trying to get Reclaimer bigger. Yeah. We get on to 4. Puts Reclaimer at a 3/4. That's fine. Oh no, what's happening? Do we have a new copy pasta? Oh no. I'm getting got. DN Solver, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. It is a Plague Engineer. That's fine. The Spirit's gonna... I guess the Spirit dies? Alright, so what are we recruiting now that we don't need anything? Nothing gives us lethal here. I guess we could keep Peacekeeper in our back pocket for if this Cauldra doesn't get there. They've used a Snuff Out. They'll certainly have more. I just don't see a way for any single card we get to like meaningfully impact our ability to kill them. So Peacekeeper might just be the best bet here. Yeah. Let's go with that. We will not take up Vial. Yes, 2 Sash is absolutely the truth. If we Skyclave the Reclaimer, it might be lethal. Because it would have to... it would not be lethal, but... Oh, if we... Yeah, it does not work. Had to double check, but yeah, it's if they if we Skyclave there, port the Arbor, they have 3. They have 4 toughness worth of blocking, so we can only do a maximum of 3 damage to them. Yeah, I think at this point our best way to deny them resources is just make them block with stuff. Well, that's interesting. Does that change lethal? I don't think so, because I think it's basically the same situation, right? They have 4 toughness. Oh, that actually is lethal, isn't it? Because they can't get another Arbor. With 4 toughness... Yeah, cool. Yep, that's lethal. Alright, cool. And to the last one. This hand on the draw is pretty slow and doesn't have much of anything that I want, so we're going to mulligan. This is not great either. Might have to keep this though, and just hope that they don't have a very fast start. We can bottom a Field of Ruin, go Mom, port into a Recruit something. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have a Swords. In that case, I might just hold this Swords and wait to kill something at the end of their turn. Mom isn't the best card in this matchup. Ouch. I agree that the Shepherd isn't worth killing. I'm just killing... There's no way they don't play another creature this turn, so we're just aiming to kill that. Ooh, Grafdigger's Cage. Well, that's pretty good. So I'm definitely playing the Cage, and then the question is whether do we now play Mom since we aren't porting? And I think the answer is probably no. I think we're still just holding Mom as Solitude fuel. Which dog came down? Little dog came down. Another Allosaur Shepherd. Interesting. Let's draw another white source. Another white source. That is not a white source. Yuck. So then in that case, we're going to recruit Solitude, evoke on the Fiend Artisan, pitching the Mom. Yeah, Artisan isn't good right now, but like it almost certainly will be at some point. If Artisan is never good, then there's probably an argument to wait. I'll give you that much. But the fact is that it's very unlikely that like it's not going to be good at some point. So I don't think we will have regretted getting rid of it, even though it is true that we certainly could have waited. So we're going to field here so that we can get another white source and actually cast the spells in our hands. We can port a Bayou, which will hopefully keep them off of activating Shepherd. What are they doing here? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'm always live in fear of opposition agent. Wisp ain't bad. That makes me want to cast Skyclave here. We'll just Skyclave a Wirewood. With only 2 mana up, I think I'm happy to attack with the Recruiter here. I don't think this is going to come down to the Recruiter being in play. So now they can attack us with Shepherds, but only the one turn, thankfully. So we take 10. Draw a land here would be great. Yeah, cool. I think I'll keep. Yeah, I think blocking with Recruiter might have mattered more. That's a very fair point. I'm actually going to keep it back here because I know we're going to give them another creature, so we just want to be a little bit careful here. Wisp the Skyclave, take out a Shepherd. We'll port the Cradle again. Probably thinking about whether to activate Shepherd right now. If he does, I'm probably going to just block with the Recruiter here. And I'll happily judgment the shepherd now. And then start getting in. Do I port cradle here? Does that not really matter? I guess yeah. I'd probably honestly rather have the 5/5 in play than the 4/4. Although I guess that maybe that doesn't matter either. Sash ain't a bad one. So if I Cycle Dragon here and Eternalize it, that means we have guaranteed lethal in the air. I think that's better than playing Sash. That won't really do anything. That's true. Cycle does lose the agent, so I just guessed it's a 5/5 then. Yeah. You guys like we don't literally lose, but it is definitely worse. Wait, he had the agent and he didn't cast it? All right, cool. Yeah, I guess I don't know why I didn't cast it there, but that's okay. So we're still gonna play another one. Maybe it was Beseiju plus natural or order. Yeah, I mean, I guess like he could have had that, but he sure didn't. All right, we're still going to play another one. We're going to try to get through this one a little bit quicker. I'm also going to take a very quick break and grab some water before I go into another set of matches. So I will be right back. All right, I have returned, and here we go. Starting league number 2 of the night. There will not be a third, don't worry. No one get your hopes up for that. Yeah, you heard something about how the third league is definitely not happening? This hand sucks. This hand is a lot better. We'll keep it. Since we're on the draw, I think I'm going to put back a lands. We also have Timeless Dragon as another mana source. Yeah, that seems fine. Misty Rainforest, eh? Snow-covered island ponder. Never heard of it. Daring, aren't we? Alright, I'm less into that polluted delta. Don't know what's going on, so I'm just gonna try to get a Cauldron. Force, pitching force. I still don't know what's going on. All right. I think I'm just gonna cycle dragon here, probably. Alright, there is a swamp. That makes me worried it might be Doomsday. But they ponder yet again. Yeah, I don't think we can capture. I don't think we're gonna have that happen again. I mean, maybe we'll see, but they do not shuffle. I don't know what's going on. What's the score? I just started a league, so it's a 0-0. Thank you for the follow, Laura. Alright. Alright, so I don't think this is Doomsday, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, right. I've never seen a Doomsday list playing 2 islands. Um, and I just can't imagine a ponder, 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 and brainstorm that doesn't dig them into killing us somehow. And yeah, like they would have gotten underground seas by now. It does not really make sense. Blue, blue, black. Show and tell. Okay. That makes some amount of sense. Um, if it's omniscience, we lose. If it's a creature, we don't. Okay, cool. Wow, bummer. I could have actually beat that. Okay, I couldn't beat that. Yeah, I guess. Um, we are dead. I want to make them go through. I want to see if they reveal any other interesting cards. All right, that is an interesting card. Um, okay. So they're also Reanimator? Okay. Speaking of things I'm glad to know going in, yeah, there's no point in going from this point, but okay, so there's some shit going on is what I'm gathering. So they are a Reanimator deck. They are also a Show and Tell deck. Um, I have to be careful about how hard I board because they have 2 very disparate plans. Or at least one that doesn't care about the graveyard. Um, what do I want to get rid of here? Skyclave looks like it's going to do mostly nothing. Flicker Wisp at least stops Omni turns. Timeless Dragon is very slow, and the extra threat is not likely to matter. All the 2-drops are good. Other runes is probably fine, but not amazing. Let's imagine we're cutting all the Skyclaves. It might be a question of whether we need the... I guess if we... I feel like if we choose not to bring in the ley lines, they'll just like Dark Ritual and kill us. So we should probably assume that we need them. So maybe we just got the moms here? There aren't that many creatures in our deck that like are that impactful in play other than exactly Containment Priest, so I think I'm fine just taking out moms. Yeah, we'll try that. Thalia is good. Sash is good. Swords is okay. Since they're not likely to have like that likely to have the turn 1 like Dark Ritual Reanimate, I think I'm okay keeping this hands. We also have a Swords, and they don't really have a deck that can... If they just like reanimate a Grizzlebrand and draw 7, they're kind of just going to go to discard. So I think I'm happy keeping this. Got a dog having some fun on the floor. They're really the star of the show tonight. They've been hanging out. Oh, good shake. Happy to see Flooded Train pass. Commando. Commando's huge here. It's basically the best thing we have against Omniscience. Entombing and Archons, they're probably going to reanimate it on their turn, if I had to guess, which is a bummer. They are not reanimating it on their turn. Oh, well, I have bad news for you. Making Ponders cost 2 mana is my favorite thing. Not my favorite, but... Now we can eat the Archon. What's up, Leyline? What are we doing here? I think I'm gonna recruit a... What do I want to recruit here? If I didn't already have Commando, that's what I'd be recruiting. As it is... Probably just a Solitude, actually. Yeah, we'll get a Solitude. Yeah, we are notably shields down on the Sash, but it's hard for them to put something in the graveyard and reanimate it through Athalia. So, Field of Ruin, I don't hate that. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can... Let's see. I'm gonna eat the Flooded Strands because that'll allow us to be lethal if we like Field of Ruin their Underground Sea and eat another thing next turn. So, or if they just fetch, they're dead that way too. So. I agree with Leyland of Rest in Peace. And Leyland of Real Law. We should just get both. You heard it here first. Alright, cool. We win. Yeah, we won't change anything. Oh, actually, we might want this Peacekeeper. Go crazy and cut a land. I think cutting lands in matchups like this where you're not really worried about getting to 5 mana is honestly reasonable. I'll think about what else I might cut instead since we have time. I mostly just did it because I didn't want to not get the change in time. Okay, there we go. What do we have here? This hand ain't bad. It is another one that's kind of weak to the reanimation half of things, but we do at least have Solitude to help with that. This hand is very good against Show and Tell, at least. I shouldn't say very good. It's quite good against Show and Tell. Yeah, I think this is fine. They're also mulling to 6, so. And they keep 6. Okay. Island deal. Oh, nice. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about the reanimator half. That said, I don't know if we have to anyway, because... Oh. So what you're telling me is you're just dead. Alright, cool. Uh-oh. Oh, and we got Commando. That's gross. That's just mean. Yeah, I didn't even look to see that they shuffled with their Ponder and did not find their second land, so the match is over. Leyline of Peace and Law is one card. Yeah, we would get that as a green card before a white one. Yeah. Oh, one thing I meant to point out is that I mentioned on Twitter that someone had specifically requested some like help and replays and review against like Newton's latest like elves in quotes lists, because I keep winning against it. I don't even think that matchup is bad for Death and Taxes anymore. I would say it's even at worst the way that he's currently building it. But I know a lot of people historically are just assume, oh, elves is a horrible matchup. But that's just, there's a lot of things that have changed since then that really make that not the case anymore. And I would like to, you know, go over some of the matches I've played, sort of explain how the differences in each of the decks changes so much about the dynamics of that matchup. I think this hand is fine. It's a little bit slow, but we have a Vial, we have a Wasteland. Oh, are we now getting reanimated for real? We sure are. Yeah, I would say if you're playing against like typical elves, That's a good one too. Yeah, let's play Crocus and hold it up. I think if you're playing against like typical elves, I would say Nettle Sentinel elves is still pretty tough. Oh, interesting. If you're playing against Reclaimer elves, it gets a bit better. I think, like, I would say Reclaimer elves is decent enough to the point that, like, I would call it, like, 40, 45-ish matchup, like, at worst. Yeah, and I think, like, the Cradle Control matchup is actually just very good. Well, what am I playing against then? It could be the Leyline Helm deck. That's a possibility. That would explain why they took the Skyclave. I think I'm just going to try to Cauldron them. When in doubt. Interesting. Yeah, sure. You can have a planes, whatever. Annoyingly, if I use the Wastelands, that allows them to Wasteland us. Maybe we don't really care about them using their Voidwalker to Wasteland us, though. Yeah, if they do that, that still uses their land drop. We go down to one land, but we still have the Cauldron in play. We have another Plains and a Wastelands. I guess the question is, do we actually care that much about this? I guess the answer is probably yeah, right? Because like if we play a land and then like cast Vial, then we're either discarding like one of these white cards or we're discarding the Wasteland anyway. So yeah, they're not even choosing to discard the Wasteland. So, or it's a Voidwalker that. I'm gonna be careful here and not attack Stoneforge into an opposition agent. Yeah, let's cast Vial. Cast Vial. Pass. Okay, they didn't have it. Alright, I guess. Don't know what to expect. I'm gonna assume that this is like a Black Helm combo deck. I'm just gonna bring in Council's Judgments for some other stuff. What do we not really want here? Assuming that they're playing a leyline, a deck with like main deck ley lines, I'm not super interested in having Dragon in my deck. It's also pretty bad against Voidwalker. It's very bad against Voidwalker. I'll probably cut a Spirit then also, because Spirit probably is Probably a Blade of the Sixth Pride against them. Well, this hand could be really good. Unfortunately, it's not. This hand's a little awkward, but it's not bad. It just doesn't do a whole lot. So, but I think it's okay. We get to play a Vial. We have swords and Solitude for if bad things happen. Getting Thoughtseized? We are not getting Thoughtseized. Just avoid a Waste Not. What's happening? What's going on? Okay, that explains some things at least. Interesting. I'm gonna port them, I guess. Oh yeah, there's gaming occurring, that's for sure. Dark Ritual, huh? Well, fuck. Well, fuck me. Um. Uh-oh. Do I violin this mom? Probably have to. So when we discard a creature card, they get a 2/2. Just gotta land, they make black. Okay, so they're not drawing cards, they're either... No, if the swords gets discarded. So I think... So I could, like, just eject the meaningless removal spells from my hands. But I think I would rather... Oh god, this sucks. Yeah, I think I just gotta put in Mom and hope that they hit, like, a land. And then I at least have one of the other two. Because, like, obviously these both suck, but they're not gonna do... Cool, sure. Yeah, that was literally the worst case scenario. Not gonna do much here, but, like, they're gonna have a follow-up, right? I need to look at more than just the Turok. God, really? Fucking Kolaghan's command? Get out of here. Yeah, sure, you can have some mana, whatever. Probably gonna hit me now, right? Okay, thought so, sure. Definitely need a very specific sequence of draws. Well, that's one of them. I really need them to not have a discard spell, though. Yeah. Goodbye, Mom. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to take this. The reason to not get GT and cast it is that there's no way we're beating this Turok in time with just getting GT counters, especially when we can't even attack into their zombie tokens. So at least Cauldra is a black creature that can block Turok. Well, that's interesting. Bruno Ramos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 6, 7, 8. Well, that's really annoying that Batterskull leaves us. No, Batterskull doesn't leave us desk because we can block the Turok. And that at least keeps us at the same life total. And then hopefully we can get a better top deck from there. Yeah, okay. Let's double checking. So 6, 7, 8. We can't block a token because it leaves us exactly dead. Yeah, just had to verify that. But this will leave us at same life total, still at 4. There we go. Now that's good because now we can chump block a zombie token, put Cauldra in to block the Turok, and then there's a pretty decent chance that we can stabilize from there. It is a bummer that we have to chump block with the Mom. I really wish I could chump block with the Stoneforge, but here we are. Block here, block here. We take 2. If we draw a land and we put the Batterskull on the Cauldra, then I doubt we can lose. Sure. Sure, you got me. I guess I should have drawn the card, because if I drew a Swords to Plowshares, then, like, technically we live, but there's no... there's no progression from there. We're just dead. I think we are mostly keeping everything as it is. Look. Yes, I took some psychic damage there. I'm going to admit it. Yeah, I think we just keep this as is. Yep. I would love to play first. This hand looks... I guess if they have that many legendary creatures, Caracas is kind of nice for us to have. We haven't seen a Wasteland out of them yet. Spirit doesn't really do anything, which is why I am not feeling this too much, but Council Judgment and Solitude are pretty good. Yeah, I think we got a mulligan this. fuck me. They're thinking about it, so I'm hoping they mulligan too, and we'll feel a little bit better about it. We got a lot of no-landers today. I think it was like the third or fourth. Obviously, you know, they happen, just... I would like to see fewer of them. I'm thinking real hard about this one. They're definitely consulting their group chats on this one. Come on, friend, don't you know I have 3 more games to play? Alright, so how's everybody doing tonight? Every time I do this, they take an action, so... But actually, how's everybody doing? Climbing, nice. I haven't been climbing in a long time. There we go. Okay, they have disconnected. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, climbing is great. Kind of fell off it for a bit, but I really hope to get back into it at some point. Oh yeah, you have to figure out Pioneer for the RC, right? Yeah, how could you get pregnant? I had I had no say in that at all. Do I have both doggies now? I do. I do have both doggies. They're back in, but still. There we go. Okay, they keep their 7, which sucks. But we'll go to 5. Oh, this hand's pretty good, actually. So... Mom, we've seen Sudden Edict out of them, so I'm not really into the mom. And then the question is, what do we put back for the second card? I guess probably the Vial. Yeah, because we have to assume we're getting Thoughtseized, and if we bottom a creature and then our Vial gets Thoughtseized, then like, or the other creature gets Thoughtseized, then their hand just looks really bad. So I think we have to bottom Vial. I don't like that. Holy fuck, we're so dead. Oh no. No. Oh my god. We have two sort of. I guess we have like Stoneforge plus Council's Judgment as our ways to beat this. They really, really need to stop playing pro-white creatures. This is not fair. I'm kind of rooting for them too. I'm just upset at what's happening to me anyway. Jesus Christ. Okay. Are you rooting for them now, huh? We are now just dead, yeah. I don't think we don't have an out here. We need to draw a white source that we could top deck a Council's Judgment, but we didn't, so here we are. Oh, that's true, we do have Agonjo as a top deck. I forgot about that one. So we have like 2 outs here. We have no outs here. That's a bummer way to lose it. But, oh well. Is this why Infect is controversial in Commander? No, but yes, but Brainworms. It's mostly the Brainworms. Alright, there we go. I would like to play a matchup with fewer pro-white creatures, please. Preferably none. I think it's giving him a little too much credit, but that is a very funny origin story, honestly. Yeah, their Joker moment was getting one creature solituded ever, and they were like, fuck this. Never losing to that card ever again. Even the Dothy Voidwalker is good against Solitude if you stack the triggers wrong. Alright. Well, time to idly shuffle some cards while they figure out what's going on. YouTube bot is going to have so much dead air. It's sad. How about while we wait, I want everybody to just list off some D&T pet cards they have. Cards that aren't good, but you really want them to be. Or you believe they're good and you just don't accept that you're wrong. Mine is Mangara forever and never. Deck was just so fun to play, honestly, when like you had the end game of exiling every permanent in your opponent's deck. Yeah, I don't think Deafening Silence counts. That card's playable. It's really the garbage. Here we go. It's like the garbage 3+ mana creatures that I love hearing about. Another one of these, huh? They're mull into 6, so that makes this mull. Oh my god. Come on. I have more Skyclave apparitions in my hand than lands. So many. Alright, this we can keep. Second Thalia is an easy bottom. And then I think... similar to the previous hand, since we're on the draw, I think I would rather bottom the vial and just cast my spells. Flagstones, is this depths then? Oh, plains is nice. Um, I don't love just playing the mom into a very likely Swords to Plowshares, so I'm just gonna pass. Maybe they'll like Green Sun for a Reclaimer that we can sword, something like that. I'm trying to figure out what my non-creature would be, because what are they? What is going on? Um, Whatever they're playing, Thalia isn't likely to be good, so I'll cast that because at least they can't like swords it and wasteland here in the same turn. I feel like there's got to be a spell that like stands out for me. I think that Urza Saga. Well, that's different. Speaking of Archon of Emeria, here we are. This is non-basic lands, right? Okay, yeah. So it's a bummer that we can't Field of Ruin the Urza Saga here. I think I'm inclined to just Skyclave the Archon and attack, and then we'll deal with the Urza Saga with like they'll get a construct out of it, but we can at least like try to Field of Ruin it to decline the second construct and the search, and then we still have swords as a backup. I guess the other option is swordsing and then holding Skyclave for like a weird something else, but I think I just want to use my mana here. Yeah, I do really like Revoker. I think it's actually like vaguely close. It's like closer to playable now than it has been in a while. But I do like. It was always fun, like feeling really smart when you like revokered something like before it came into play. Just like having a knowledge of what the right thing to name was in a given situation. I think like, I had a lot of fun playing with that card. Okay. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about Swords to Plowshares because of the Thalia, so I'll just attack here. They also probably not a Swords deck, because they're probably an Ancient Tomb Chalice deck, so they might have Swords in the sideboard. So we can safely attack here, I think. And then we will Field of Ruin, the Saga, get a Plains. They will probably also get a Plains. And this Mom isn't good, but we will cast it. They have their own Igandro. It's so cute. It's good to know, actually. I'll have to think about that later on, probably. 5 mana. Holy shit. Well, good thing I have the Sword Splashers. Alright. Yeah, Nick Fit is a very, very cool deck. I'm sad. I know that like you can make the argument it was never good, but obviously time has not been kind to a deck that was already kind of like its own, um, not exactly at the top tier of Legacy. One of my close friends played Escape Wish back in the day, um, and I always thought that deck was really cool. I liked it because it was like the only Nick Fit variant that actually used its mana to like use like its excess of mana from Veteran Explorer to actually kill someone. Um, so yeah, Escape Wish is awesome. I also just love Burning Wish in fair decks, just in general. Oh, they just scoop. All right, I guess. So I think we're just bringing in 2 Council's Judgments, and we'll leave it at that. Mother of Runes is likely to be pretty awful here. So I think it's going to board those out. And we'll leave it at that. Yep. Yeah, it sure doesn't. You want to play Madness? That deck ain't good either. Oh man, I remember when Jund was. God, I remember when punishing Jund was a big thing in Legacy. DNC like could not win that matchup to save its life. It was real rough. What is it with all of these basically no landers? Huh. Yeah, I'm like thinking about it, but they're likely a Chalice deck, and I just don't think I can possibly justify it. This is good though. What card are we getting rid of? Probably the Thalia. The Thalia is not going to be very good here. Yeah. There we go. If they just play a Saga, we'll Wasteland it. Otherwise, we'll cast Stoneforge for probably just getting a Kaldra. They're likely relatively removal light, because it's hard for them to be a Chalice and Swords deck. Obviously, I'm making assumptions about them being a Chalice deck. Obviously, I do have to admit that. Oh, well. I guess I'll just do that to mitigate the fact that they can Wasteland me. May have been better to play like the Agandra there, so that we still have the Wasteland for a Saga. But if they had a Saga, they would have just played it there. So. Yep. Chrome Mox. Imprinting Timeless Dragon. So they must not have another land then? They do have another land. I'm surprised that they didn't cycle that then. Especially if they're not casting anything now. I'm very confused. Second Wasteland is a little annoying, but let's just draw planes. That's what professionals do. love to put a counter on Vile. And a Thalia, you say? Yeah, I'll cast a Thalia. I'd rather the Crocus get Wastelanded than the Iganjo, both because we have more Crocuses in our deck, so that might unlock the ones that we draw, and Iganjo is more likely... The ability on Iganjo, I think, is more likely to matter than the one on Crocus. Ready for them to cast like a 7-mana legendary creature here, and for me to be really sad about it. Just casting a Timeless Dragon. Okay. So, it's obviously a little scary, but I think we got ways. Never mind, it's not scary at all, actually. I don't know why anyone would think that this is scary. I guess I'll actually do this so I can protect Talia if I need to. Yeah, so I don't know why anyone thought that was scary. That's like obviously not a problem at all. Is this another one? They just... What? Is it, that's not, again, not actually a problem. But I guess now we know what they're doing. They are they're moating people, and explains all the flyers and how we haven't seen literally anything else. Oh boy. Well, oh well, that's cool. So yeah, we'll just Skyclave the moat. Put in Cauldra, and with Wisp and Council's Judgment in my hands, it's looking pretty bad for them. Yep, okay. They agree. Let's move on to the next one. It's been a long time since I've seen a moat in play. That was kind of cool, actually. Alright, I would love to play first. Let's go. This hand is... Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, nothing wrong with this one. Taiga Green Sun Zenith for Arbor. That is making me think that this is Depths. In which case, we are going to try to Cauldron them. I believe that is Depths. Yep, okay, cool. Very happy to have the Spirit of Labyrinth then. Don't really know what I want to draw here. Wisp ain't bad. We'll play the Field of Ruin. Iganjo can sometimes be a spell against words against Reclaimer, so. Is this like Green Sun for a night? Oh, it's Minsk. Okay. That's worse. Okay. Keeping it as a blocker there, not keeping it as a blocker. Okay. Well, that gives us some options then. Strass Daddy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what I think I want to do here then is, if I cast GTA Equip, attack the Minsk, it goes down to 1. They can obviously make the Boo big. That's a little scary. But we can notably kill the Dryad Arbor. We can also Wisp the Boo next turn to probably kill the Minsk. We also still have the Solitude and this Spirit that we're probably not going to need. So we can pitch that if things get a little dicey. So yeah, let's do that. Goodbye to the Arbor. Don't love that, though. Right, let's see. Does Boo attack? Boo does attack. Cool. So we have to take that 7, unfortunately. It's probably going to be Needle on GTA. I'm going to gain 2 life, I guess. Could also be Needle on Caracas, I suppose, but we don't have one in play, and we certainly would have played one if we had it, so yeah, GTA. Okay. So okay, so I think I let me think about this. So we could just do the play we said we were going to do. We can Wisp the Boo to get rid of it. We can pitch Solitude on the Excavator and then kill the Minsk with the Spirit. Since we do this land, we could also just hard cast Solitude on the Excavator and let the Boo stay alive for a turn. But we're going to have to Wisp it. It forces us to Wisp it the next turn. And if they like have another Minsk, that would kind of be a nightmare. So I think I'm leaning, especially I guess because I can also port to keep them off of casting another Minsk. Yeah, so I think I'll Solitude, pitching the Spirit on the Excavator. We'll start with that. It's one of the scariest cards from them anyway, so I'm happy to get rid of it. We can now kill the Minsk. Would have loved to have drawn a Caracas here, obviously, but can't have it all. Now we can get rid of the Boo. Here I will tap Savannah, I think. Yeah, because they have more red sources than anything, so I'll constrict them on the one other thing. Urza Saga, that's gross. Coderific, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is this green sun for a night? Is that what's happening here? It's a little sketchy for... Oh, that night, huh? Alright, on the Spirit Labyrinth. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, had the wrong night. How silly of me. Yeah, damn. I was gonna say it'd be funny if we just like drew a Skyclave there, but that would be too convenient. Yeah, so I think we'll just attack here. I can field the Saga here. Get a Plains. They'll probably get a... They'll probably also get a Plains. No, they get a Forest. And then I am going to put Yorion into my hands. Wasteland's a little rude, but I'm also not too worried about it. I'm actually winning this race right now, so they have to do something else, but all it takes is one green sun or one night for that to change, so. Yep, there it is. Alright, we need something good. Something good off the top, please. That is not quite it. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is Yorion. Oh, I don't have swords. Okay, cool. Yorion the Wisp. Then we'll Wisp the Knight to basically time walk it. I don't know what the... I never came with the right terminology for this little trick, so... This actually put quite a bit of pressure on them, too. This is 7 flying power. And they kept a card. That probably means they have a Sword Splashers. I'd be surprised if they did that without some kind of protection. I have my own Sword Splasher, so that's pretty good. As much as I would like to keep them basically dead, I think I have to Swords the Knight. Yeah, okay. And I think that's fine. We can still attack them for a bunch. Oh, do they have endurance? They do have endurance. That's a bummer. So goodbye to the Wisp. They don't usually have... I guess there's usually like one endurance main, right? I don't know if I'm supposed to play around that. Yeah, that I actually forgot about that because it's been so long. Okay, they just have a million endurances. Never mind. Well then. So just trying to aggro me out here. It might work, unfortunately. They keep a card again. So whatever it is has got to be good. Oh, it's Shadow Spear. Okay, yeah, that is really good, isn't it? Yeah, that sucks. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm not dead, but I think I need to block the knight here and only take, so I take 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And then we probably just have to draw a Skyclave here. Okay, well, we drew it. Yeah, so we can Skyclave the Needle, equip the Jite to the Yorion, and now we have... okay, so they're not dead. But yeah, we have to do this. We have to... there's no line that doesn't involve Skyclaving the Needle. So we'll start with that. And then it's a question of what are we equipping, and if we are equipping to Yorion, are we attacking? If we... I think we are attacking with Yorion to puts him to 6. The Skyclave... I guess the Skyclave on its own can't both block this endurance and not die to this endurance. Because we'd have to use both counters to pump. So I think I want to equip to the Skyclave. And then just hold. What are other options? I could equip to the Yorion, just attack. I get 4 counters. I can't do that. I guess I can. So what can I do? So I can. If this Skyclave blocks here, it can pump once to a 4/4 and gain 2 life, putting me at 5. So it would go to 1 off of this attack. We would gain the 2 counters. Is that better than just putting Jite on Yorion and attacking, and then... I guess it's probably... I do need to deal with... I do need to actually answer these endurances because I can't race the Shadow Spear, and then I also can't race this Urza Saga. So that's making me think that I need to... I need to equip here, and I need to attack. I can definitely not die to this attack if I do this, because I have a lot of counters. It's just a question of what are we going to do when they attack. But I think I'm going to wait to see how they attack before I start thinking about it for forever. What's seeming if they attack with both, I think what's most likely is we block the Shadow Spirit endurance. We give that endurance -3/-3 so that the Skyclave lives. And then we gain 2 so that we go to 2 after the other endurance hits us for 3. Yeah. So do that. We shrink this endurance 3 times. And then we gain 2. Knight of the Reliquary is terrifying. Let's just draw another Skyclave. That would be nice. They don't... Oh, they don't equip Stratosphere because then they couldn't make a Saga token. No, that's obvious. Yeah, I think we're probably just dead here now. I think if we drew a Caracas, I think there was a chance where we could attack with Yorion, get 2 counters, bounce it, replay it. The 2 counters control some of the creatures, and then Skyclave can... Skyclave comes back, like, eats the knight, things like that. I think as it is, there's like a 0% chance we live without getting counters. So I think we just need to start with that and then see what happens. But really, they can just put Shadow Spear on Knight and the game is over. So. Oh, especially with Pirate Spellbomb. Yeah, we're very dead. I'm just going to take the opportunity to drink some. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I absolutely should have moved the Jite. I just honestly forgot to. Alright, so in this matchup, I like Council's Judgment, Grafdigger's Cage, Containment Priest, Rip, and Peacekeeper. Cards I don't like that much are Thalia. Batterskull's pretty bad. And Spirit is not great, because it basically only does anything against... words against Sylvan. There's consideration for surgical, but I tend to lean against it. I tend to lean away from it because I don't know. I think like I really like this matchup. I think it's really fun to play. I think there's like the tension between like dealing with the things that they play while being aware of whether or not Dark Depths can just kill you is really interesting. But notably, usually post board they cut pretty low on depths. Like I think they usually play 1, or at least that's what you should expect. Not everyone will board the same way, but and because of that, I just don't think surgical is very good at stopping that, because they're just going to go for depths the one time they're going to have an opening for it that kills you. And I think the only other card you're really ever interested in surgicaling is Stage. Yeah, sure. It does work against Minsk as well. I would love to play first. What is it with the one landers today? This hand is, I really like this hand. My opponent has also mulled to 6. Bottoming a land is just a question of which one, and I think I'm leaning towards Gondro, yeah. Well, they mulled to 5. Uh-oh. Wasteland Pass, huh? Yeah, I'll just hold up. I'll just hold up Priest. I'll probably flash it in a turn if they don't do anything. Oh, is that how this is going? Well, I don't really have an answer to that saga yet. Wastelands? Fieldy Ruin? Not quite. I think with everything else in my hand, I'm happy to Skyclave the Shadow Spear here. That is a wild hand from them. Swords is nice. If they were doing literally anything else, I'd proactively play this rip, but I think I want to keep it around for a potential Solitude pitch, actually. So instead, I'm going to put... Yeah, I'm going to put Yorion in my hand. Just to more efficiently use mana, because I'm not really going to need to swords this construct token, like, right away. They can... Like, we already have the Shadow Spear here, right? It will probably attack for 3, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, it's getting late. Oh, they don't make another construct. Well, that's interesting. Do they maybe have a map they're getting? Mapping for a colored source? Oh, needle. On what? Like, they can needle Crocus, but it's not doing anything on this board, so that's strange. Okay. Sure. I don't know what the end goal here is. I'll keep this Field of Ruin around for when they play any other non-basic. I'm just gonna swords this and start attacking. It was a very interesting choice. Nice. I know they mold the... I think they mold the 5. Was this... Yeah, they did mold the 5. I don't... I feel like you're supposed to go to 4 with that. I'm not sure. I guess I know it's partially not. I don't understand why they didn't just make another construct, because that was way better than wastelanding me there. Because then they at least have 2/3/3s. They force me to have some removal, or more removal than I had to use. They are playing depths. This hand is pretty good. Punishing depths? We didn't see punishing fire before, so that's a little concerning. It's Naya. Sylvan Library. Can I draw Spirit? No. Here we're gonna Stone Forge for a Sash. If they have Punishing Fire in their deck, I don't think this Stone Forge is living, and I also really want this Sash to control their graveyard, so. These Sagas are annoying. I would like them to stop it. Green Sun for 1. For a Granger Guildmage. I'd seen this before. Right, it's like a pinger. Yeah, or someone gives something first strike. Yeah, we're just gonna Skyclave the library. Just keep them from getting any scarier. Don't really have anything to do with this saga, unfortunately, but with some Solitudes and some Recruiters for Wisps, hopefully we can keep the constructs under control that way. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to wonder if this is just punishing Maverick, and I've just been thinking that it's depths. I think I have to consider that a possibility right now. Oh wait, they didn't. They didn't try to make a construct this turn. Okay, I don't understand. But goodbye. And I think to be safe against a... Actually, no, they can't Green Sun for... I mean, they can Green Sun for Excavator, but that won't matter because they need to use their land drop to make that happen. So instead, we're just going to recruit for, I think... We have a lot of answers in our hands. I should have passed so they don't have this floating mana, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think I'm just going to get another Stone Forge here. Yeah. Yep, there's Punishing Fire. Okay. Knight of Le Reliquary. So with that Grove up, I can't sash away the Punishing Fire. What can I do here? I probably have to Solitude this. I guess maybe I don't have to Solitude this Knight if they're just playing Maverick. I keep thinking that it's Depths, but actually a single Knight activation isn't going to matter that much. I guess it matters because they can get Saga. That's the problem. So if I'm Solituding, what am I pitching? Because I really like every card in my hands. I could cast the Recruiter and get a card I'm not likely to want. Like a Spirit of the Labyrinth, probably. I can pitch that. At least the Recruiter's in. I guess I don't care about the Recruiter in play because the Granger Guildmage can take care of that. So maybe not. This is a really interesting spot. I'm going to make a play because I can't think about this forever, both for game clock reasons and the fact that I need to get to bed ever. I think I'll go for Sash. It can't get the Punishing Fire unless they mess up, but at least the Sash can get out of Punishing Fire range. Oh, they messed up. Cool. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. I'm going to make the Sash a 2/2 now, so I don't have to worry about the Guild Mage. Actually, this might be a good spot to just... Now that I know they're tapped out and I got rid of that Sash, or got rid of the Punishing Fire, I think I'm okay Solituding the Knight now. Yeah. I had not seen Granger Guildmage ever until very recently. This is the second time I've seen it in play. The other time I think was Depths. It was a Green Sun Zenith deck, whatever it was. So. Yep. I'll take 2. I feel like cast another Knight here. We can just hard cast Solitude it. We'll feel good about that. Swords on the Sash also feels fine. Ignoble Hierarch. Yeah, okay. It is not Depths. I think we figured that out by now, but I just, had to confirm. So let's... Interesting. I think I might actually just Solitude the Granger Guildmage so that this Flicker Wisp will stay around. But maybe that's a little greedy. Yeah, I'll just Stoneforge for Jite and put Yorion in my hand. This is game 3. Granger Guildmage, if you're playing against like Nettle Elves, is probably okay, yeah. Or at least playing against like not Fiend Artisan decks. Yep, we will take the 3. Excuse me. Alright, my opponent is playing something. Is it a Knight of the Reliquary? Green Sun for Knight of the Reliquary? Green Sun for 2. Was that for Collector Oof then? Yeah, that's totally fine. Perfectly okay with that. Yeah, so here I'm just going to Solitude the Oof. Probably in combat, presumably, because it'll be attacking. Oh, well, I'm glad we have this Caracas. See ya. I think they were honestly supposed to activate that on not Boo. But... Alright, cool. So we can Solitude the Oof. If we draw lands, then we can like Wisp the Illusion token, put in the GT, equip, and attack. That would be pretty slick. We don't do that, unfortunately, but that's okay, because we can still... we can still Wisp this token. We can still attack Minsk. They can Granger Guildmage the Wisp. It's a little annoying, but like I can live with that. You just let Minsk take 3. Okay. And here I will... It's probably not worth porting them. I think I'm just gonna play GT and then I'll Crocus. I'll Crocus. Oh right, is this? Oh yeah, I forgot that. I forgot that part of it. Yeah. I forgot that you couldn't just pump anything. So that's on me. Yeah. Gonna have to be a no on that one. No siree, Bob. Fiery Justice. Well, shit. Well, that's a little bit of a problem. If we draw lands, we can recruit. Oh my god, never mind. I was going to say, if we draw a land, we can recruit for Skyclave, but now, actually, we can just recruit for whatever we want and still have this Graucus. I think this is actually going to recruit a Stoneforge, and we'll Stoneforge for Cauldra, yeah. Yeah. It's like, I would like a land, but that's actually the best land. Yep, that's fine. They are doing a good job of making it so I can't get these GT counters. It's kind of annoying, but... I mean, this one has been so long. I know it's partially my fault, but... Man. The Savannah matchups are just always like this. This always takes so long. Deal. If this is... That's what they're doing, absolute deal, yeah. And they just have a forest as a follow-up? Oh, man. Yep, okay. Certainly could have scary top decks here, but feeling pretty good about our position. We're at 27, they're at 11. Even if they like Green Sun for a night or something, it's not going to kill us remotely as fast as the Cauldra is going to kill them. Okay, sure, you're going to kill them. Kill the GT, that's fine. Alright, we'll hit them for a bunch. And Yorion to reset the Cauldra. And port on Plateau. Sure. Doesn't really matter too much. And they need something good to not just be dead. That's... You're dead. Yep, cool. Okay, sorry, they can go to 1. They can go... that doesn't change anything. No, it does, because these have 0 toughness, so now they're dead. Or 0 power is what I meant to say. Oh, sure, I forgot they had a flying blocker. That was dumb. Whoops. But now they can't, like, cast spells, so that's cool, too. Yeah, so I needed to swords the birds, and I just picked a random 1 toughness creature, when that was wrong. Alright, lightning rounds. Combo deck. Let's just get this over with. It is getting late. On the draw with Vile, 1 land, and 2 swords and a Solitude, I think I'm actually okay trying this one out. Again, I rarely keep 1 land Vile hands, but at least this one is... it's on the draw. It has a lot to do, even if this Vile doesn't resolve, and we have a lot of draws. Also, mulliganing takes time, so you know. Hey, a Vile's still around. Uh-oh. Prismatic Vista Islands does not give me great hopes for this match ending quickly, unfortunately, but we'll see. I guess it could just be like show and tell. That's a possibility. No. Okay, it's Jeskai. Alright, we might play fast and loose just to get it done. Please give me a land. I would really appreciate a land. That's not a land. Alright, well, swords is going to be bad, so we can at least just pitch one of those. Because I do actually want to Vile in. I do want to keep my Vile up here. It's likely that there's going to Eternalize, and we can deal with that, but... yeah, so what I'll actually do here is I'm gonna Vile in the Thalia so that they can't... Excuse me? What does that mean? Yeah, Vile in the Thalia so they can't cast any spells after this Narset activates. God, fuck this. Yeah, so we're gonna put the Spirit in now. And be upset if we draw lands and didn't have to. Okay. Yeah, Arbiter's a weird card to play around though. Like nobody plays that card. Swords on the Thalia, that makes sense. Well, that's an annoying way for this to go. Yeah, all sorts of Snapcaster. Let's see what we got here. We're gonna keep this on 3. Mother of Runes. I think I'm gonna cast the second Vile, and my plan will be if they cast Days Undoing, I will activate Vile and flicker their Narset. I will still put Wisp in, and I will also Solitude. We want to tick this one up. We do not want to tick this one up. And we'll see what happens. That's a good follow-up, honestly. Alright, for address now is still in play because the... Oh, because the days undoing ended the turn, so they didn't actually... Yeah, okay. That was a whoopsie. But this deck doesn't actually deal with like boards in play that well. Yeah, protected by fast and loose. Supreme Verdict is the thing they're most likely digging for. Yeah. They could. The thing is, they have so many cards they could just like 1-for-1 us. But I guess they just drew into cantrips and are trying to find those removal spells. Stoneforge does also just let us kill the Narset in combat while still having them threatening lethal next turn. So I think like that's also kind of valuable. But presumably there's going to be 2 Swords to Plowshares about to hit us in some fashion. So we'll see what happens. Another Wastelands. It's not that good. Narset, them, and them. Yep. Okay, at least we have 2 creatures in play. Gonna put Yorion in my hands, and we'll tick up that vial to 5. I might have actually supposed to take this vial up to 4, hoping to draw lands. I'm not totally sure on that one though. Gross. What is this? Oh, jeez. Look. At least we can just attack and kill the Teferi. The red they play is mostly for sideboard cards. It's for like Pyroblasts, usually some kind of like Pyroclasm effects, things like that. Meltdowns, you know, basically the normal red cards, honestly. All right, we're gonna take both of these up, and draw an Igonjo. That doesn't really do much, but we'll at least kill the Teferi. And some of these builds, honestly, Mountain can sometimes just be a colorless land against us. Depends. It's almost certainly colorless in the main deck, and then it just depends what the sideboard cards look like. Another Teferi. Probably going to bounce our bigger vial. No, taken up. Okay. I respect the Fate Seal. I can't remember if no text means they leave it or they didn't leave it, but first file on 3 is staying. This file goes up to 5. Snowforge. Well, that's pretty nice. Alright, just gotta hope for no more dress downs, I guess. Brutal. That is also very annoying. We'll just have to wait to take this one up to 5. It may have been worth it to just actually vial in the Solitude there, just as a beater again. Yeah, I'm now wishing I did that. Verdict. Now I'm glad I didn't, I guess. I don't know. It's very much a kitchen sink deck. It just feels like it has everything and often has it when it needs to. Okay, so it chooses not to, so that means they left whatever it was on top. And they have a Force of Will. Sure, I will cast a Solitude. Kept it on top again. So we're probably going to lose to the Jace. We need to have like... Basically need to have like 4 Skyclaves in a row or something. What is this? Oh, just hard casting a dragon, okay. Yeah, I'll save us the agony. We'll just go to the next game. Not much to bring in here. It's pretty much just Council's Judgments. I will probably take out a Sash, maybe both Sashes. There's a lot of cards that we have that aren't really great here. I think Commando just as a 3/1 can be good against their Planeswalkers. Or I guess specifically Narset, you can't really cast it against Jace. But Sash does not do very much at all. And I guess I have to consider whether... Actually, Sash might be good enough because it's at least... I'll cut 1 Sash, because 1 can be good against Snapcaster. We can probably shave on a Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, let's go with that. I will play first. This hand's alright. It's not great, but it's fine. Cast the first Thalia. Presumably it'll get killed, and then we'll play the second. Okay, notably they would have to get a Tundra there to kill it. When they do usually like playing basics, so. Okay, Thalia lives for now. I'll just plan on porting them. Brainstorming, maybe swordsing in response here. Let's go swords. Yep, okay. So next turn we get to play Thalia and port again. I'm going to play a mountain. Force on that one, you say? Okay. Then I think I'm going to pass. I'm going to not port. I might port end step, but I'm going to plan on cycling the dragon. So that way I can eternalize it next turn. Mm-hmm. Another plains, I suppose. Be surprised if it lives, but we'll make him have the answer. Notably, they did have to pitch it to Fairy, so at least they won't have like the best answer, or they're less likely to have it. Yeah, they have to use an ending. I'm mostly okay with that. They shuffled off Ponder, and they miss a lane drop. Okay, that's good to know. Alright. Don't really need this much, but I guess maybe we'll just Cauldron them next turn. I mean, we'll probably have to. We don't have a lot else going on. Drawing the wrong half of our deck here a little bit. There's a land drop. There's Narset. Hopefully they don't find a Force of Will off of this. But they've already used one, so let's find a Ponder. Okay. They choose not to cast it. Just making me think maybe a removal spell. But yeah, I'm definitely not drawing the right cards here, so I just gotta make them have the answer. I assume they were deciding whether they wanted to counter it or just use a removal spell. Looks like, yeah. Looks like they got the swords. But we do have the Yorion to reset it, so that's nice. And nothing after that. Interesting. Crossing our fingers here. do have a brainstorm they could cast to look for one, look for a force. But they don't. Interesting. Alright. Sure. So that's 3 sword splashers, 1 prismatic ending used. There's the brainstorm. I'm gonna pull out their graveyard. They've used, yep, all 4 ponders, 3 swords, 1 force. Other cards. This better not be a Jace. That would be really annoying. It's a Jace. That's really annoying. I'd really like to see something like a Skyclave here. We're just going to draw garbage over and over again instead. At least we can triple port them this turn, maybe. But I guess we have to. We really just have to single port and then flash in the Solitude, right? There's really no other line there. Obviously, they know exactly what's up when we port once and pass, but again, just drawing the wrong parts of our deck here. Well, that's a bummer. Alright, this smells like a Snapcaster Mage that we're going to lose to. But we'll make him have it. The Spirit here is actually pretty nice, though. We will Hopium attack the Jace. And we killed the Jace? I was really not ready for that to be the result. I'm very surprised. Anyway, okay. Well, now we can start triple porting them. It might have been right to play the Spirit there. I'm leaning more towards playing around Supreme Verdict than I am around Days Undoing. But I'm sure I will regret that choice sooner rather than later. Maybe not. Okay. I would love to draw Skyclave literally ever. Nope. Wisp ain't bad, though, because then we can reset the Cauldron. So I'm going to get rid of the Narset so I don't have to think about Days Undoing at all. This seems like they might have had just one in their deck from the way things look right now. Kozilek's Return. Okay. That's fine. So in that case, we can reset this Cauldron. And I think now that they've used that sweeper, I'm more into playing the Spirit here. Is this a Snapcaster? Just down? Probably Snapcaster. Oh, cycling timeless dragon. Sure. Get a basic planes. If they just eternalize, then we can swords it and then attack for a bunch. Seems kind of likely because they haven't really been doing a lot else in the past couple turns. No, is that prismatic ending on spirit? Is that what's happening here? Yes, it is. Okay. And is that another prismatic ending? Is that could be Teferi? Days Undoing. Okay. Well, they're tapped out. And we draw nothing, of course. Well, I guess we just attack them and then hope. It's a very annoying to just get into 2 lands here, but that's how it goes sometimes. So we can tap all their white sources. Looks like a swords is getting cast though. Yeah, swords on the Cauldron. Yep. Is it doing it to double swords? No. What is this? Oh, cycling dragon. Okay. So you can get like a tundra here. Yeah. Oh, still do what I can. And now we need to draw real good. Another wisp would be good. The recruiter would be amazing, but recruiters have really evaded us, other than when we got immediately Days Undoing done the first game. Yeah. Depending on how the rest of the game plays out, we might honestly be able to clock them out. But I guess not if we're going to keep drawing like this. Alright, quadruple ports. I wonder if they literally have another white source in their deck. They probably have another tundra, but... we can get rid of that. They played that tundra. Maybe there's volcanic island. That makes sense. Please, a non-land, non-vile card. Yeah, sure. Man, I think, have I just drawn like nothing but lands for like, or nothing, no action for like, at least the past like 3-ish turns? It's a little rough. Yeah, I really don't want to time them out because I think I would just, I'd rather die, but you know, we'll see what happens. Finally something. I'm sure this is gonna get, I should do this. I'm sure this is gonna get, forced or something though. Forced, dress down, whatever it might be. Yeah, dress down. At least dress down means the recruiter's in play. Probably won't matter, but it's something. And I can still quadruple port them. Put themselves to 5. I think they have a 4th island in their deck, right? Yeah. These parts of the games with against like these Jeskai decks are like particularly the Undoing one. Decks with Days Undoing is like so annoying that like there's so much game to play, but none of it's that fun. You're just like hoping that you don't top deck garbage. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm gonna keep this in play. Polls are official. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll be wrapping up pretty soon. This is the last game of the last match. Or sorry, this is technically game 2 of the last match, but there's definitely not going to be a realistic game 3. Either we lose and we lose, or they lose and they time out. Unfortunately, we have drawn nothing but air for the last 5-6 turns. But as things stand, clocking them out might really be what happens. I guess we did draw the recruiter. It's just, you know, it didn't help when they have as many answers as they do. Snowforge is something. But I'm guessing it's just going to get like hard cast forced. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm surprised they aren't auto-yielding to these port activations by now. It's actually sucking up like... I'm not doing it to eat their time, but it is eating a lot of their time. Yep, okay, they have no more islands or mountains in their deck. I think they really need to find a Jace to win in a realistic amount of time. I'm not even going to cast it. Look, I'm doing my best, I promise. It's taking everything I got. Alright, Narset activates again, finding another prismatic ending that they're never going to cast. As long as I have anything to say about it, at least. Holy shit, I'm gonna lose it. What is happening? Help. I need help. I should double check what creatures I have exiled, by the way. That's probably gonna matter. Okay, they're finally auto-yielding to these ports. Oops. Losing to this is definitely worse than losing to Shield of Dread for me. That's not close. It's something. Yeah, that figures. That is about what I expected, but you know what? I'll take a creature in play. How about 17 more attacks? Okay, so what have they gone through now? They've gone through 2 Swords to Plowshares since that. They still have 2 endings in their hand. That's a Jace, so that's a problem. I was gonna laugh if they brainstormed. Alright, they keep it on top, so it's probably another blank. Yeah, it's really now like I'm not gonna draw action when I just needed to draw it ever for before this Jace showed up, but this is, again, like just more of this game where there is definitely a way I get out of this, and because of who I am, I'm going to try. But it just is annoying to be in this spot and be not quite helpless. You know? Oh, wow. That's actually a way for them to win the game ever. It's crazy. So they did have to bottom with Jace, so we'll see what this card is. It's a Mother of Runes. That's not really what I want, but I'll play it. Alright, I'm gonna pass to their I'll pass their draw step. Yeah, whatever. Alright, they had the bottom with Jace again, so we'll see what happens here. That's something. It's probably not going to resolve, but it is something. Yep, they have to pitch Ponder to force. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's actually a fair point. I should have saved the vials in my hands. I was thinking of giving them just extra triggers to waste more time, but actually the extra turns from Jace is more valuable. That's a good point. I'm gonna laugh if this one resolves. Oh my god. Okay, this is why we play him out. Yeah, we won the match, I guess. We'll see what happens now. I play to my outs. Don't ever anybody ever tell me I don't play to my outs. That was dumb. It is very late. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with me through all of that. Hopefully, our future 2 league nights don't go as long, but you know. Thank you, everyone, for coming by. VOD will be up on YouTube as always, and I will see you all next week, same time. I am going to send y'all over to another streamer, and I hope you guys enjoy them if you happen to go by. Have a good night, everybody.